Okay. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to hearing number 14, which is not the 14th hearing in terms of sequence, it's just this number. We've had nearly 30 hearings to date, and today we're dealing with subdivision and public access. We haven't been down here for some time, just for the benefit of those present and anyone who might be watching on live stream. We'll do some quick introductions. My name's Rob van Voorthausen. I'm an independent hearings commissioner based in Napier.
Kia ora, my name's Selwyn. I'm an independent commissioner. I'm happy to be here.
Kia ora, Lindsay Daish. I'm an independent commissioner based in Wellington.
Yeah, kia ora, I'm Malcolm Lyle, Deputy Mayor of Selwyn and a Selwyn appointed commissioner.
Thank you very much for that. And now just for the officers present, maybe some quick intros from you, please.
Good morning, I am Rachel Carruthers. I prepared the 42A report for today's hearing.
And good morning, I'm Justine Ashley. I'm a planner assisting the council.
Great, thanks very much. And from the 42A reporting officers, anything for us this morning before we hear from our first submitter?
Nothing today, sir.
Great, thanks very much. So the first submitter is Chorus New Zealand, Spark New Zealand and Vodafone. And just before we hear from you, Mr. McCarrison, is it? Yes. Yeah, just for the benefit of everyone, Commissioner Daish is not partaking in the consideration of this submission due to members of his wider company being involved elsewhere in the country working for the telecos. So Commissioner Daish won't take any part in this particular submission. Now, Mr. Carrison, to you and everyone else appearing today, thank you very much for providing your written evidence. We've read that very carefully, so you and all the people who will follow don't need to read out their evidence. You are welcome, though, to do a summary for our benefit if you wish, and then we'll proceed to questions, or else, if you wish, we could just go straight to questions, but up to you.
Kia ora. Yeah, it's nice to be down here. Beautiful sunny day. Yes. So as a summary, I suppose it just comes down to the basics of the industry can't understand why there isn't a requirement for telecommunications, and I'd probably say electricity as well, where the requirement to provide to a property is limited to the waters and access. And so our simple case is that there should be a requirement for that. It's provided for in a wide range of new legislation in terms of the National Policy Statement for Urban Development, but plus also the policies of the Subdivision Chapter, Objective 1 and Policy 3 recognise the importance of infrastructure, including telecommunications, being required for new developments. And I suppose we're just mindful of recently having to prepare in front of the council on 22nd of August to explain what we're doing and what our challenges are, but also to hear some of the issues for developers not having connectivity when sites go live. So that's principally where it is. We've proposed some wording for a requirement and then a process to support council if it needs that through the subdivision process, so that we can confirm that there is connectivity being provided, the conditions of the consent being provided, and just in principle within the urban areas, new developments, then that would normally be fibre, so either provided through Chorus or Enable. And then going outside the urban areas, generally as part of the wireless broadband projects, wireless broadband. And in commercial areas, companies like Spark and Vodafone 2 Degrees will provide cell towers to those developments, but we're not asking for that in particular. So it's just evening up the playing field, and yeah, that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much for that. Raymond, any questions?
No.
Malcolm, any questions?
Yes, I do have some very interesting submissions. I think in 4.3, you were talking about helping enable telecommunications. Somewhere up here. I'm just wondering, I look at the electrical network, which was put in at the time of subdivision. And they obviously run alongside and up against and through our planning department to do what they want to do. Is usually they're only one network. Of course, you people have multiple networks. So I'm just wondering why you aren't doing the same thing that's possibly already available to you.
In terms of the developers asking us to be present.
Yeah.
Partly because there isn't always rules that require them to provide telecommunications, and that's been our clear point.
But I question why you need a rule.
So that if you don't have a rule, then it leaves it to the market to then put it in, and it might not go in at the time that the development is actually open.
Right.
And that is the challenge. And then it becomes very expensive because we'll be digging up your roads, and we've got a right to, and the cost will be higher to everyone. And yes, your logic is totally correct in terms of when trenches are open, there should be fibre telecommunications being developed at the same time. However, developers don't always take the smartest route in terms of meeting that if it can save themselves some money. A wide range of developers do, and so you end up with at least a base level of fibre to a development. And in some cases, they're prepared to look at contributing to cell towers so that you've got wireless coverage when you leave your house.
Yeah, so that's the private enterprise model, really, isn't it? And what you are suggesting is, I'm sort of looking at this and thinking, well, when we do a subdivision, we take developer contributions for sewer and water, which are essentials for life giving. And are you suggesting that that form of policy could happen as well?
The industry would love that, but it is beyond the scope of the
Right.
current development contributions policy. So we are dependent on, if there's a rule, then they're required, a developer's required to consider that.
Provide.
Yeah.
Even, I suppose, if you take it a bit further, even if they only provided ducting,
Yes.
empty ducting.
Yeah,
duct-
potentially that would be better. But yeah, having fibre to the property boundary in urban areas is by far the best. The issue with ducting, if it's not used soon enough, it'll get damaged and we end up relaying it. Plus also we haven't designed the ducting to go where it needs to go. So have the offshoots into the allotments. So,
Yeah, I'll just, I'm also an electrician, so I have a little bit of
oh
knowledge.
yeah. You will know.
Yeah, I've seen this many a time.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think we've covered the points I want to get to. Thank you very much. I can understand the conundrum that we sit within. Thank you.
Harrison, just for my benefit, in terms of a new greenfield subdivision, what is the nature of the network that's currently installed? Is it primarily fibre? You're not putting wire in anymore, are you?
Yeah, that would be fibre. So as part of the government's program for ultra fast, it has been fibre to replace the copper network. Yeah, in extreme situations, copper can be still put in. That is generally further out in the rural environments, but it is a rare thing these days. Yeah. So.
Now, just want to check the actual rule you're asking us to insert into the plan. Is that the wording that's provided on page 18 of your submission and at para 9.1 of your evidence?
So 9.1.
Yeah. And the status of that rule, is it is it permitted activity, restricted discretionary, what sort of?
The same as the requirements for.
Have you got examples of similar rules that have been inserted into other district plans?
Yes, we do. This is basically everywhere else except currently being proposed here. Yes, so I can provide those for you if you'd like.
Yeah, that would be helpful, particularly any in the sort of the immediate Canterbury area.
Yep.
And just last question, are you aware of any greenfield subdivisions in Selwyn district where the telecommunications network, and I imagine it would be primarily fibre, has not been installed at the time of subdivision development? Are there any examples you can point us to where you've had to go back in later on and dig up the road to put in your fibre?
I would need to confirm it with Chorus and Enable, but I understand, yes, there is. So those new developments outside of the existing urban areas.
Okay.
There have been trouble with those. But that's, I think it might only be one or two.
If you could provide, be really helpful to provide those examples, where they occurred and when they occurred. And why I'm asking that question is obviously I'm interested in whether there's a need for the rule or not.
Right.
And how soon would you be able to provide that information?
Before the end of the week.
Oh yeah, that'd be great.
Yep.
Yep. Thank you very much.
That's all right. Thank you.
That's the end of our question. Thanks for coming in. Right, our next submitter is the Joyce Family Trust. And Alistair Joyce, is it? Yep. Good morning. And just for the record, Commissioner Lyle won't be partaking in the consideration or decision making on this particular submission due to perceptions of potential conflict due to historical issues. So just record that. So I think you were here when I said that thanks very much for providing the information you have today. You don't need to read that out, but I see you've tabled some information for us.
Yeah, well, I looked at that and said for non-professional.
Yep.
Some other sort of things.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. So since you've gone to the trouble of providing this to us, are you happy just to read it out to us?
Yeah, I'm happy to read it out.
Yeah, good. Why don't we do that? Great. Thank you. I just see if we have questions for you, Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Joyce. We are dealing with the district plan here, which is like the rule book for development. What precisely are you wanting us to do to the rule book?
Well,
Are you wanting a reduction in site area per lot? Is that what you're seeking?
well, I think in the initial one, I basically said that I feel there's not much flexibility around townships or properties in close proximity. There is a demand for lots greater than the 5,000 or 7,000 square metre average size in the rural residential zones just at the moment. But less than 4 hectares. Like our property is a classic example. It's no longer an economic unit being farmed in any way, nor any of our neighbours. We're in an area now where we're virtually only 100 metres away from where the prevalent township residential units, and we'd like to see either that or something discretionary to enable us to apply for resource consent to subdivide down less than 4 hectares in our zone because of the unique situation we feel we're in.
Okay, so I appreciate what you're saying there, but in terms of the precise changes to the rules or the provisions that we have in front of us, it really comes down to you wanting greater flexibility because of your site-specific circumstances to be recognised in the plan. Is that my understanding?
Well, I suppose it doesn't have to be recognised in the plan, but I just want to highlight the fact that we've seen other things happen around us, and when we look at it, we just want to be on a level playing field with them, and whether it was that someone come back, we want something where we know when we get one opinion, then a different opinion when you're asked, as an example, like at least up to you, wondering where you are, there's no consistency.
Okay.
If we had an idea that we could go ahead and apply for resource consent and spend $30,000, I'm not going to throw $30,000 into a hole when it's, you've got to have some sort of direction, that there is some chance that it's not black and white, that there's nothing there. And I suppose some of the examples I've seen where there's been covenants placed, etc., that's probably another argument whether they're effective or not, or whether they've been interpreted in the right way. Something like that where there was some discretion, we're looking at some discretion to be able to place there.
Okay. And have you taken some professional advice at all in terms of applying for a resource consent?
I've talked to a planning company about it. They said they want to talk to council a little bit more about it, but they didn't give me the right vibes that they were positive about at this stage, but I haven't got any further than that at this stage.
All right. Okay. I guess our job is to look at the overall provisions itself, and I'm really just trying to determine what precisely you want us to do to the plan to be more for a development such as yours to be enabled potentially more than it is.
I suppose one government wants the council to do is to have a transition between residential and rural residential, between the small sections in a residential zone and the 4 hectare rural residential zone. There needs to be something in close proximity to townships to allow a better transition from one to the other. Because we'll see, like the examples I've given, where there isn't anything there, but it's happening in any case through differing means, covenants, encumbrances, all this sort of stuff. You just wonder whether. See, what happened with us, we basically, when we first built, we never ever thought we'd have a house next to it, looking out our lounge room window at a house out the back there, because the section next door was over 3 hectares. But it happened.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. No further questions.
Raymond?
No.
So Mr. Joyce, I'm just looking at your plan that you've
Yep.
attached, so I just want to be clear in my mind what we're discussing here. So the land in question is that with the red numbers on it,
Yes, that's it.
and so you own both those blocks, or is one of them,
No, the ones that.
which one is yours?
The one with the 2, 4 and 5 in the house.
So that's, okay. And then, so with the 1 and the 3 on is your neighbour?
There's our neighbour who's almost ready to, well, he's retired, but he's almost ready. He's in a situation now.
Yeah.
Where he's
Yeah.
not managing the property.
Yeah. Who's the neighbour?
Russell Simpson.
Okay. And does he know you're making this submission to us?
I talked to him about, what I was going to talk about. He's fine with it.
So just to the officers, so what's the minimum lot size in this area currently upon subdivision? 4. Okay,
4 hectares.
and so in your 42A report, you refer to sub R11, is that the relevant rule?
Yes, it would be. That would be the creation of undersized sites where the overall density is maintained.
And so to go below 4 hectares would currently be a non-complying activity, would it?
For the proposal currently before you, yes, it would be a non-complying activity because it's not maintaining an overall density of 4 hectares.
And so just again, so I'm clear, Mr. Joyce, so what would be the proposed lot sizes in your subdivision?
So they're gonna, would average 1.87.
Okay,
The ones around us are averaging 1.2.
all right, and that's just, I wanted to be clear what we're looking at, so thanks very much for coming in and talking to us this morning,
Yes.
appreciate that. Ellesmere Sustainable Agriculture Incorporated. Good morning. Not sure how many times you've appeared before us before, but I'm pretty sure you know the drill. Right, so thanks again for submitting your evidence. Obviously, we've read that. Anything you wish to summarise for us before we go to questions? No? Oh, excellent. Lindsay, questions?
Thanks very much for your evidence. So you obviously put a lot of thought and effort into this. It's not a part of planning which is common in terms of Esplanade strip requirements, but you seem to be very familiar with it. Looking at your evidence and your para, it's under 4.10, where you're looking at requirement for you've proposed some alternative relief at the top of page 7. And you say it's in line with the specific wording of section 229. Is it verbatim from 229 of the Act? Your proposed amendment?
I wouldn't say it was verbatim, no.
So it covers off, it's every Esplanade strip is to be for the purpose of public access, first of all, and then be a width as specified in the schedule. Now, I guess the lead on question is that the schedule actually has a minimum width, and you talk about potentially that should be a maximum width or a width of that amount, that it's 10 meters, 20 meters or whatever it is in the schedule. So is having a specific width, is that too precise? Doesn't that give a little bit of flexibility where there might need to be a little movement in the boundary to achieve an esplanade width of that area, esplanade strip width in that area?
Mm. So I think the issue is that there's a combination of things happening in a rural sense. So say if you're doing a fresh residential subdivision, you've got the beauty of being able to make some clear strips along several properties.
Mhm.
However, in the rural sense, you don't often get the ability to do that. So you might end up creating a small esplanade in the middle of somewhere that's completely inaccessible from somewhere else. So what we wanted to be clear about was that if you're having a schedule where you are going to have a minimum width, then you've got the issue of the applicant who is subdividing and the council then coming in to trying to negotiate. If they want something more than that, they've got the issue of, well, how do we argue against something that's more or in the ear, or having to come up with arguments suggesting, well, that is inappropriate here. You'd hope that that wasn't the situation, but it could quite often happen that what is being asked for as an application is being processed is quite extensive beyond a 20-metre width. So what we're saying is, well, it should either be a set amount, like the Christchurch district plan has a set amount, and then it will have a variety of widths in certain cases with different streams that are different widths in different places. So our suggestion is that they either be stated as a maximum width, or that you might have a variety of, say, a minimum of 3 or an extended area of 6, whatever is appropriate for that particular width of stream.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get to a grip of how that might work in terms of providing the flexibility on the ground that there might be needed if you just have a set number. If there's a minimum width and it's 10 metres or 20 metres, and you need to go to 21, 22 and part of that to deal with a natural feature or potentially a big tree or something like that, which could be in or out.
Yeah.
If you've got a specific figure, then you presumably then have to go through an additional layer with the consent process to justify that. Whereas the minimum says, well, you need to provide 10 metres or 20 metres. If you go to 21, it's a minimum, and it doesn't provide that level of extra analysis required.
No, I think the situation is there probably should be better and clear guidance around, from a council point of view, which streams are particularly important to us and what do we want to achieve within those particular areas, and look at what is there and establish what is a proper width that might be relevant in those cases. So I think they've done that to a degree on some of the waterways, but then we've got provisions later that is like a catch-all provision that doesn't have any width set at all, which puts somebody applying in a very awkward situation, particularly if you've got other parties interested who, they might want far more extended areas. And, where do you come to an agreement to, or where does the owner of the land understand what is actually involved here?
Have you got any, I was going to say war stories, but have you got any specific examples of where there has been a problem with a landowner and wanting to do a subdivision? There's a requirement for an esplanade strip, and the council has been more problematical than it could have been in terms of getting the outcome which is sought for esplanade strips.
I don't have any particular war stories, but I do have stories of positive things where reserve areas have been created, but it comes down to there being a lot of agreement between all the different parties involved. So though I'm thinking about, say, creation of new wetlands, etc., that are specifically put aside to create a better outcome for stream flows, etc. Where it's a matter of the several parties coming together outside of these processes, basically. And to be honest, I think that works far better than perhaps these provisions in a rural setting, because they're not as flexible as what they could be. But in saying that, from a farming point of view, the expectation is you're trying to create something that has relative certainty within the district plan, so that somebody applying is given some certainty, and with a minimum rule, we don't see that certainty really.
Okay. Obviously with the esplanade strips, they are created at the time of subdivision. Have you seen in your area of interest particular problems with lack of connectivity of esplanade strips, where one neighbour has done a subdivision or esplanade strip has been required and implemented, but the two other neighbours on either side haven't gone there, so there is none in place, particularly in relation to public access, as well as potentially for conservation purposes as well.
So in the Ellesmere area, the greater rural zone area, the minimum allotment size isn't 4 hectares, so it doesn't happen that often.
Yes.
But from memory, in other areas where you've got 4 hectare allotment size and below, then that does happen, because you've got just small slots, and it takes decades via this process to ever get that connectivity through.
And do you know if the council has any initiatives or is being proactive in terms of mechanisms outside of the Resource Management Act to actually provide those linkages where there are gaps in the esplanade strips, particularly if it's an area of high amenity, high public access need or desire?
Not at the moment, but I do know of a situation where, it probably is involving district council to an extent, where there's the Harts Creek walkway, for instance. So that's a strip of land running along Harts Creek that then ends up at Lake Ellesmere. And so they're currently looking at trying to make that slightly wider, where the walkway is from the creek to go onto adjoining land. So very much that has been a group of people coming together trying to get an outcome and create a subdivided area. So that's one initiative. So it may use some of these provisions, but as I understand it, it's more of a fact of it's going to be a subdivision to suit that particular topography and how they want the walkway to work.
Okay, thank you. Just a question of clarification for me. Your paragraph 4.24, bottom of page 12. I've just got that first sentence where you say it is noted that a 4 hectare allotment size created by new subdivision in the Ellesmere area is well below controlled activity standard. The pressure of intensive development in this reach is highly limited now and the future. I've just got a question: why is intensive development on that reach limited? Is there not the demand, or it's just too difficult to get at, or the existing land holdings are such that it would make more intensive development more difficult?
It's probably not a physical thing as such. It's more of a related to the district plan rules. So it's not the size of allotment that you could easily create along that waterway. And in saying that, though, also the farming activities there are larger farms at the moment, and the current market doesn't demand smaller farms in our particular area. Most farms are growing in size. You buy your neighbour's property and you extend, basically, is how it works.
Okay,
So we don't see it as being a big pressure there.
thank you.
Thank you, Raymond.
Morning, Ms. Boney.
Morning.
I want to talk to you about PAREQ 5,
Mhm.
the Runanga access provision. Has PAREQ 5 been carried through from the operative plan?
Well, I'm just going from what the reporting officer suggested, and it was their suggestion that it had come from there. But actually, I had difficulty trying to find that in the district existing operative plan.
So if you had trouble finding it, you wouldn't have made contact with the Runanga about that provision, would you?
No.
Okay, how many times has public access requests been asked of landholders from the Runanga?
I think that would be a question. Oh, sorry. I would imagine that might happen reasonably often around the vicinity of the Waikiwai.
So
But I'm sorry, I couldn't say I know definitely. No, I haven't asked that of landholders specifically.
okay. What is the nature of ESAI's relationship with the Runanga?
As my understanding is, we've recently tried to foster a more positive relationship with the Runanga. We don't have a memorandum of agreement or anything like that. We just have what is hoping to be formed a nice positive relationship with one another as we try to have some projects that are similar in nature and help share knowledge between one another. But also we would hope in the future that we can build on that relationship.
How many requests about public access would a landowner be asked over a year, for instance, from ESAI members? How many ESO members do you know have been asked about public access?
I don't know specific numbers, but I would estimate, being a landholder ourselves, that we very rarely get asked for public access. On the property we have, which bounds Harts Creek and Birdling Brook, we very rarely get asked access. I can only think of 2 families that ask for access, and that might be once every 2 years.
I mean, this provision is probably more about a relationship with the Runanga. And with that in mind, I mean, I know you talk about onerous requests. So I presume the onerous requests are coming from developers as opposed to, or individual members of the public as opposed to Runanga people. Okay. In 4.6, you mention imposing further land use constraints on landholders. What are the current constraints on landholders? You talk about imposing further land use constraints. My question is, what are the current constraints?
Okay, so taking the situation where you've got your property and for some reason you've subdivided perhaps and there's an esplanade strip or public access required, or just a request for public access. So what happens in practice is that then the landholder is required to allow people across that particular area of land. So in order for that to happen, you would expect that the landholder would have to fence off, for instance, in the first place. So then they might be being asked to fence off an area where you've got an irrigation system or some other infrastructure that then has to be adjusted. So that may not be a very easy fix at all.
No.
And then you've got other restrictions of if you've got people accessing your land in a particular area, and there would need to be gates, because farming practice would mean that if you've got sheep or stock, whatever, you would probably have to cross that access area sometimes, depending on where it is. And I can think of a particular war story that's particular to our property, is where access was provided to people we know. They thought they had shut the gate, and they obviously hadn't done it correctly, which then resulted in stock getting into a paddock that had feed in it that meant that those sheep getting in there eating that particular feed meant that we could not then put that stock to the works within a particular time period, because you have a withholding period of I think it was 20 days where you could then not send that stock to the works. So that ends up costing, and it's not just $2 or $3. We're talking thousands of lost dollars because a simple gate wasn't shut properly. So that's an example. The other issues are, I don't think farmers would ever necessarily say no to access to people they had high trust in and were happy that they knew what they were doing down there and what was going to happen, and that there would be protection, but also that they were safe.
Yeah.
Because that's the other side of it, is the high restriction on health and safety requirements for farm properties these days. It's such a big risk to allow people onto your property that don't know what they're doing, or, have an accident. It is a massive risk.
Well, that just brings me to a final question. How do you think the Runanga would feel about ESAI asking for that provision for Runanga access to be removed?
So I'll just make sure I've got the question right in my head. So you're asking, how do you think ESAI would anticipate the Runanga would feel about?
No, how do you think, as ESAI, the Runanga would feel about ESAI asking for that provision to be removed?
I'm just going to pop in here, Commissioner Solomon. I don't think that's a fair question that requires a witness to speculate what a third party might think about something, which I don't think this witness is in a position to answer that.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Malcolm, any questions? I've just got a couple of things I wanted to talk to you about. And the first one is PAREQ5, which you've just been having a discussion with my colleague about. I'm interested in issues of scope and legality. Now, the officers have recommended to us, in response to the submission of Jill Thompson, who sought that provision be deleted in its entirety. The officers have recommended to us that the provision be amended to refer not to an access strip, but to an esplanade strip, which is quite a different instrument with quite a different purpose. So I'm not convinced that there's scope within the submissions to make the change that's been recommended to us. And I understand from your evidence that's your view as well.
Yeah.
And in your evidence, you've referred to sections of the Act to support your argument, like Section 229, and I've had a very careful look at that. And I think that evidence is quite persuasive. So I'm looking forward to hearing and reply from our officers in terms of scope and legality on the recommendation that's been made, because I've yet to be persuaded about that. So that really wasn't a question for you, but it was a question for the officers. The next thing I wanted to ask you about is at your para 418, where you're talking about PA Schedule 2, and this is the discussion you had with Commissioner Dash. Now, in your 418 and 419, you referred to section 233 and 234 in terms of the argument where you're asking us to consider the width of these streams, Boggy Creek, Harts Creek, Irwell Creek, Selwyn River, etc. And the problem I have with that is that those sections do not refer to esplanade strips. They refer to esplanade reserves. The section that refers to esplanade strips is 230 sub 5, which doesn't refer to the width of the river at all. So I don't find the same statutory support in your evidence here for this request that I did for the former one. So I thought it was only fair to give you an opportunity to respond to that.
Yes, it's when they're talking about the average, it's wondering whether they're talking about the average of the extended length or not. But I take your point that at that particular point, it's not talking about an average one at all. But I think the crux of it, putting that aside, is what we're saying. Well, in those particular areas, we see a 3. If it's just to be for public access, then we see a 3 to 6 metre width on one side of the creek to be sufficient.
Right, now the point I was making, which I might not have made clearly, is that you seem to be relying on section of the RMA 230 sub 4, which refers to the width of a river, and using that as an argument to justify a more narrow esplanade strip. But those sections of the Act don't refer to esplanade strips, they refer to esplanade reserves. And PA Schedule 2 refers to an esplanade strip, which is a different instrument than an esplanade reserve. So I don't think there's statutory support for what you're asking us to do, or not based on the argument of stream width anyway.
Sorry, could I just clarify? So where I've got section 230.
Yep.
And I've got the heading requirement for esplanade reserves or esplanade strips.
Correct. But then you need to read what the subsections actually say. And subsection 3 refers to an esplanade reserve, as does subsection 4. Subsection 5, which you have not included in your evidence, refers to esplanade strips.
Yes, I see your point.
Yeah, so my point is I don't see statutory support for your argument based on stream width, and I wanted to give you an opportunity to respond to that.
Yes, that would take out the average
Yeah, I agree.
provision. So I'd agree with your statement there.
Okay.
And just as I said before, to clarify that, then if we take out the averaging, we would still, our suggestion would still be that we have a 3 to 6 metre wide area along those waterways.
And what would that be based on? What would be the evidential basis for that request, since you can't rely on section 230 of the RMA for that?
So we have requested in our submission, putting aside, well, I don't think we specifically stated in our submission that we were going to rely on section 230.
No, you didn't, but your evidence does.
So then we would request that this part of the submission be removed with respect to 230.
Yep.
And request that, putting that aside, the width is by the averaging set of it, and that because of the the stream is averaging in several cases between in some cases it's only 1/2 metre wide, depending on which stream you're talking about. And other ones they move out to wider in certain parts.
Yeah.
So what we're saying here, these aren't the major streams or rivers of the Selwyn River or Rakaia, etc. They're smaller streams. They have intense, farming practices either side of them. And if the provision is to be for the purpose of public access, we would see in this particular area that a 3 to 6 metre wide width on one side in particular of the stream would be sufficient from a practical point of view.
Okay. So in the absence of statutory support, you're asking us to consider a pragmatic argument that a smaller esplanade strip is
Yeah.
appropriate. Okay. All right, no further questions from me. Thank you very much.
Could I just make a comment with respect to some other questions that have been already asked?
Well, yeah, I'll make your comment and I'll see whether we want it on the record or not.
It's just with respect to the thought pattern behind the request for the deletion of the public access rule.
So that is REQ
Fine.
5, yeah.
And it is, and to be clear, it is not ESI's view to exclude particular parties with respect to public access. It's more about how that fits in the legal context and how that any specific requests by parties might be managed in practice. That's where that comes from.
Yep, no, I understand. We need to abide by the statutory provisions that enable us to impose rules and plans, even if sometimes we don't like the result. All right, no, thanks very much. No further questions. And I'm assuming right on time, it's Graham and Virginia Adams.
Yeah, I'll be waiting outside.
Oh, you were waiting outside. I thought, gee, that's perfect timing. Oh, these guys are psychic or something.
Yeah, trying to beat the system.
All right, well, good morning and welcome. I think you've appeared before, at least some of us before, from memory in terms of the issues that you bring to the table. But thanks very much for providing your submission and the written material, the evidence that you provided. You don't need to read any of that out loud to us because we've read it, but you're very welcome to highlight key points for us, the things you want us to take away and bear in mind, and then we'll see if we have questions for you. So with that, over to you.
Yep.
Is read on? Read? Yes.
read is on.
Great. Well, I guess the good news is the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land is now in effect. So we submitted on this in our further submissions.
Yeah.
And I did notice that our submission was rejected by the reporting officer. I'm not sure why this was, however, given the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land is soon to be operative. It is operative. This is my submission, that the proposed district plan will require new policy that considers highly productive land when assessing new subdivision.
I think the other thing that sort of would like to ask of the
of the administrators is, have we done enough to demonstrate we are an affected party to continued subdivision in this area? So we'd like that feedback. We sort of we feel good that the directives are in place now. We sort of would like to feel that we're safe and we can continue and in the future for our for what we do is guaranteed. Yeah. So I mean that's the thing we could be the Minister of Environment probably isn't someone that farmers probably warm to, but I think what he's done is just tremendous. Yeah. Couldn't be happier. Yeah.
Okay, look, in terms of whether or not you're an effective party for future subdivision applications, we as a panel can't address that, but
Right.
I'll ask the officers to make note of that, and whoever can address that within council in terms of this particular submitter can maybe liaise with them on that.
I can most certainly do that.
So we've asked them to get back to you on that issue.
That's great. Yeah, but
Yep.
we need to be part of the conversation.
I understand
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
And I don't have any questions for you in terms of your written material. It's very clear. And as you say, we now have the MPS highly productive land. You've referred to our minute, it's number 29 and 30, where we've requested a further report on that because that is now the decision-making framework that we as a panel must have regard to when making our decisions. And as part of that further reporting process, any submitter who's submitted on any of the chapters we've heard from to date, where they've raised the issue of highly productive land, will be given an opportunity to comment on that further report the officers are going to produce for us.
Right.
So we'll not only get their view, we'll get the view of interested submitters as well. So if you're interested in having an ongoing role in this, there will be a further opportunity for you to tell us what you think about the officer's view of the MPS highly productive land. So,
Right. Yeah.
We
Okay.
appreciate that.
but the points you've made are clear. I don't have any questions. I'll see if any of my colleagues have any questions for you, Lindsay
No, thank you.
and
Yes.
Rowan.
Yeah, I just have. Is that better? You can hear me now?
Yes.
On page. Oh, hang on, I don't know the page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7th paragraph down where it begins, our concerns as the council planners and decision makers are overly sympathetic to property developers with little regard to rural communities and land-based enterprises. I'm not quite understanding what you mean by that.
Well, since we've been here over the last few years, I guess it's the affected party thing comes back to again.
Right.
We're not considered. Look, yeah, I don't know. It seems like yeah, I think there should be feedback from the communities, whether they're urban or rural. That's what I believe. And I think the other thing, that's the thing. This is I think about this all the time. So this was just off the top of my head, but I think I sort of put something earlier. That's the thing. That's the next paragraph that it says, well, what value does said development provide to the wider community? And I think that should be a question that's asked. But like I say, it's just a layperson's view, but it's something I've given a lot of thought. I find it very frustrating the way the process is. I mean, and we've actually been talking to the people at Lincoln that they're about. There's a big subdivision proposed there, and it seems like, well, I don't know, just from my perspective, it's too big for a small town to be able to absorb and still hold their value and their character, which I don't. It just seems profoundly unfair. That's what I think. So I know houses have to be built. I'm not arguing with that, but I suppose our issue is probably even more stark. We're having potentially we could have a town created where there wasn't one before, which just seems, I just can't see any logic in that at all. It's yeah, so, I mean, planners, the people who have a university education and their knowledge is all around planning, but yeah, from a long-term perspective, a lot of it, yeah, it just doesn't make sense to me. So that's I become very frustrated, but then I'm just a person who spends a lot of time alone and thinks a lot, and so yeah. So that's just one person's.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know if that helps or not. Sorry.
Can I also answer that question? I think one of our key concerns was the most recent development in this area that we've mentioned in our submission is that we weren't identified as an affected party, and there wasn't the opportunity for anyone in the community to have their say and be heard. Yeah, so that's our key motivation, is that we need to have this open conversation with council because we, without a doubt, believe that we are an affected party, along with several other of the neighbours in the community. And I think we've all demonstrated this fact through the submission process retrospectively, because we weren't given the opportunity to do that at the time. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think some of the other things, I mean, it's different to policy and probably maybe it's not that relevant, but I think we'd like to demonstrate that we're worthy of your support. And that's what it's a couple of the other things were written, that we do take a long-term view. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
No questions, but I can understand the passion of your arguments. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, thanks very much for coming in. That's the end of our questions.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate the time.
Public speaking's not really my strong point. We'll get there. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your work too.
No, you're welcome. Thank
Thank you.
You're not Alice Burnett by any chance, are you? You happy to go now instead of at 10:30? Yeah, we can.
I've got a copy of my summary of evidence. That's okay. Does it matter which one?
I sit whichever one you like. Both the red lights are on. So good morning and welcome. Thanks very much for providing the initial submission and then your evidence in support of that, which we've read. So you don't need to read your evidence that's already been lodged out to us, but you've provided a summary. And since you've taken the trouble to do that, are you happy just to read that out to us?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, carry on.
Hi, my name is Alice Burnett. I've prepared evidence on behalf of Fuse Developments submitted 409 on the subdivision and public access hearing. I'm a planner at Davey Lovell Smith Limited, and I've been working in resource management planning for 8 years. Fuse Developments Limited have undertaken a number of developments in Selwyn, most notably Farringdon, which is a residential development which has created approximately 2,500 residential lots. My evidence addresses 3 submission points: subdivision policy 4, subdivision policy 6, subdivision rule requirement 1. One of the key reasons for preparing evidence on these points is to create an easier consenting pathway to what is currently and what I consider to be under the proposed provisions. The relief I'm seeking in submission policy 4 is to enable a variety of lots, a variety along the streetscape where consideration is given to lot sizes and road frontage widths. As outlined in my evidence, road frontage width is a key factor in providing variation along the streetscape for a development which flows onto the ability to have a variety of housing typologies. The relief I'm seeking in subdivision policy 6 seeks to incite thought and context into why existing vegetation may or may not be retained on the site that's subject to a subdivision application. Finally, this relief I'm seeking in subdivision rule requirement 1 is to change the activity status of being non-compliant with the minimum lot size area from non-complying to restricted discretionary. As described in my evidence, the restricted discretionary activity status would not be contrary to the objectives and policies. And in fact, I think it would greatly assist in achieving them. Happy to take your questions.
Very much for that summary. Just turn the microphone on. Thanks very much for that concise summary. I'll see if we have questions for you. Lindsay, any questions?
Thank you for your evidence. Leading first to your policy 4, where you seek the insertion of frontage widths in policy 4. So we provide for a variety of site sizes and frontage widths within a subdivision. While achieving a net site size. Okay. Can you give me some other local examples where they use frontage widths in a particular policy like this? Generally, subdivision is you have minimum lot sizes, and then you have average lot sizes and so forth. I'm not aware, and there may be examples where frontage widths is a predominant or one of the main factors in terms of the policy provision relating to subdivision.
Can't think of any examples off the top of my head, but I think the rationale behind it is using site sizes as only one tool and possibly only part of it. The point of including road frontage widths is to provide variety on the streetscape, and by doing that you'll provide a different type of housing typology throughout that road. If you just rely on your site sizes, it's quite possible that it may be the depth of the lot that might change, but it might not be the road width. And then when you're walking down the streetscape, it won't be as noticeable. You'll likely see very similar houses along that street. Yeah, it's probably what I've got.
Yeah, I guess I'm just struggling with this a little bit in terms of whether this is a commonly used tool. There is some individual circumstances and so on, but there's probably a lot of commonality with a lot of other plans in dealing with these sort of, if you like, the more intensive rural subdivision type or proposals that come about. But isn't site size also to determine that there's going to be a relative degree of spaciousness around buildings, and frontage widths would be within that as well?
In some situations, yes. If you've got the same site size, and you when you design a subdivision, you primarily look at the underlying lot that you're further subdividing, and then the infrastructure and the roading requirements for that. Once that's in place, it's quite possible that your road frontage, if you only go off your site size, your road frontage may stay the same, but your depth may change. And I guess what we're trying to provide is that variety that is sought along the road, to make sure that not everyone's house is going to look the same. Because if everyone's got the same road frontage width, you'll still have your same setbacks from internal boundaries, and therefore you're quite possibly going to have the same double garage in the same place, and then only a small living area, or vice versa. By providing that variation, may provide a different typology of houses.
And how would you go if it was a site which is of an irregular shape with a limited site frontage, but a wider area sort of can splay off? Not everything is always
Uniform.
Square rectangles.
Yeah. So
and how would this apply in terms of somebody who is assessing a subdivision, and you've got site sizes and so forth, which is a known quantity?
Yeah.
How would you deal with the regular lots when you've got a frontage control as well?
The district plan already has, or the proposed district plan already has a road frontage width requirement anyway.
Yeah,
But I guess there could be consideration as to why that may be divergent from what's in that district plan. There may be that there needs to be a right of way or an access lot to get two houses on maybe 900 squares if your minimum lot size is 400. And so that's where your variety can come in as well.
okay, thank you. Then on to the requirements about site area.
The activity status?
hmm?
The activity status?
Yeah, yeah, so you basically seems like there is a potentially a little bit of rollover from the current district plan into these as well. And you're wanting what is relatively, I would say, permissive activities status, and which is quite different from non-complying in terms of restricted discretionary. Is there any circumstances where the matters which you would restrict your discretion to are inadequate, could produce perverse outcomes, that these sorts of things would be potentially turned down? Whereas non-complying, you've obviously got a major focus on the objectives and policies. Then restricted discretionary, the objectives and policies are still in play, but you are directed to the matters of discretion.
From the matters of discretion that I've listed, there aren't any there that I think would, if so for example, the minimum lot size in general residential is 500 square meters. So for example, if someone was to apply for 250 square meters for all intents and purposes, I think the matters of discretion are adequately drafted, that there would be the ability for council to decline it. And most notably, the site and shape matter of discretion and the context, I think would be give the opportunity for council to at least decline it or consider it further than if you had if you had a subdivision that was creating, say, a 450 square meter.
So how do you go with the proposition that a restricted discretionary gives a signal to the plan user that it is a potentially an appropriate subdivision?
I think that's when you look at the objectives and policies.
And doesn't non-complying do that as well, with a real focus on?
It does, but for small non-compliances, that may be apparent. I mean, I've made an
So
example.
if the effects are minor, then you'd be able to potentially go down the other route.
Yep, notification or something like
Of 4D. Okay. Last question is about your qualifier wanting to put in this word appropriate in your P6 submission. In the context of a policy, appropriate would need some sort of definition of what might be appropriate. You're wanting to put a qualifier on the end of the policy, which is seeking to do something. Okay, which in this case, and it's really around established vegetation, I think. If you put a qualifier in there, how would you define what was appropriate? How would a decision maker determine what was appropriate in the circumstances?
I think the way that the policy is currently worded is basically giving a direction that all existing vegetation or natural and physical features shall remain. There may be situations where that isn't appropriate or isn't, can't be achieved, basically. The way when the plan is then implemented through a resource consent application, those policies and rules and objectives are taken quite literally, and what's written is quite often how it's interpreted. And I want to give the ability for the council planner to give some thought and to provide some context around why we may or may not be keeping vegetation.
So if you look at that policy, it's requiring the subdivision layout to respond to and follow natural and physical features such as underlying landscape. Your topography and established vegetation, you're saying that is too directive to be able to take into account a proposal where the subdivision layout requires removal of some edge vegetation, for example, to
Yes,
get
yeah,
better
particularly,
lot size.
Yeah.
So would another way of doing what you're saying be to remove the word appropriate and to try and put some better definition around the fact that there might be some circumstances where a subdivision doesn't respond to the existing topography, established vegetation, etc., rather than appropriate, to give more guidance to decision makers?
yeah, that's fine. I can't think of,
Just wondering
terms
what one might look like, but that could be an alternative, because to me, the word appropriate in a policy isn't, it means potentially different things to different people.
yeah, true.
And we need,
Yeah, yeah, I want to give as much clarity as I can, so yes, if the flexibility could still be included within that policy, then I don't see that being too much of a problem.
okay.
Just on that point, I'm not sure if there's scope within the submissions to do that, but understand.
Yeah,
what the
that's
Commissioner's
why it was
exploring
my
with you.
next question was going to be, is this something which is worth pursuing, or do we have scope?
The only submissions in this provision were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 submissions to retain as notified, and Hughes Development seeking the words where appropriate.
Where appropriate.
So
Okay.
I doubt if we've got scope to dream up a new policy.
All right, thank you.
Lindsay, any more questions? Raymond?
Yes. In your paragraph 6.1, you talk about subdivision layout cannot always respond to natural and physical features such as established vegetation. Approximately, what percentage of subdivision layout can respond positively to natural and physical features?
I probably can't give you a percentage because it does vary site by site, but in my experience, we try to retain existing vegetation where possible. Like I mentioned before, primarily when you design a subdivision, the underlying title, size and shape comes into it, and then how you're going to service it. So I'd probably consider the vegetation or natural features to be about a third priority. But yeah, there's certainly situations that Hughes have undertaken where they've retained mature vegetation.
So why does HDL relief start from the assumption that all vegetation will be removed?
That's the way that the policy is currently worded.
Okay.
Sorry, the policy is currently worded as though that it should all be retained. I don't think our submission was the sense that we thought all of it should be
In
removed.
6.2, the last sentence, it says HDL release starts from the assumption that all vegetation will be removed.
In the sense, I think what we're trying to say there is in the sense that where appropriate or where possible, those sorts of words, we will retain that those natural features.
Yeah.
So, for example, in Ferrendon, there's been, particularly in the Westwood subdivision, there's been a lot of mature vegetation retained within the reserves. So yeah, I think what I'm trying to say there is that it's I think that's supposed to say that the assumption that not all vegetation will be removed.
Right,
Apologies.
okay. And just,
Yes.
yes.
Yeah.
And then the last one is, in 6.4, describe the circumstance where natural contour would conflict with a natural drainage pattern. I don't understand that.
Where possible, we seek to have the same contours of a site, but there may be servicing constraints, particularly if you're looking at like a greenfield development. There may be undulations within the site that may require that needs to be filled in. Possibly, I think as a rule of thumb, the contours will stay the same and drainage patterns will stay the same, but within the undulations of the site or variability, sometimes if you've removed hedgerows or something like that, that creates undulations that weren't already anticipated. Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
Malcolm?
Yes, I'm interested to explore a little bit further. Sub 4, the variety of streetscapes. You're looking to have different widths, so presumably then you're looking to have more rectangular sites.
As opposed to square ones.
Yeah,
you mean?
I mean, I'm just thinking that you're talking streetscapes, and we're talking mixing up here. So, you know, traditionally you've got a block with cubes running down it. So, so if you're looking at changing the frontage, that would sort of think that you're trying to keep the site the same size, so it's going to be slimmer. So it's going to be more of a rectangle, and it's going to be.
Not always. There are some situations where that would be the case, but I think the relief sought is to prevent the whole block being rectangular with the same road frontage, and maybe possibly, if we use shapes as an example, rectangular and square in combination. I think the site size can still stay roughly the same, but if you vary the frontage widths, then you'll be able to those different housing typologies, for example, will come into play. You'll create a better urban environment.
And could this lead to a greater density of housing?
No, I think we can still keep within the density that's required for the zone. It's just about providing that variation along the road.
Okay, thanks. So I just thought with your sub Q1 with the site area, they sort of linked somewhat with changing the size of your width. It means that when you juggle your sizes within your block of land, you may well end up with some pieces that, because of the width of your frontages being different, that required that change.
There is possibility, and that essentially comes down to the underlying tidal and infrastructure requirements for the site. That there may be, if we take the minimum site area for general residential of 500, there may be a 900 square metre site that if we could subdivide to create 2, and maybe that there's an access lead or something to the site, then we'll still achieve that density, but the minimum lot size might be slightly different, and you're also providing that variation along the road.
Right, thank you for that. No further questions.
Just a couple from me. In terms of sub P4, are there any provisions in the plan as it currently is notified that would prevent a developer having a variety of road frontage widths?
There is a rule requirement for your minimum road frontage widths, but no, I guess as a general rule of thumb, no.
Yeah.
In my experience, though, a lot of my clients like to find the easiest way through a resource consent process, because it's can be quite long and arduous, quite uncertain at times.
No, but I think the key answer to my question was no. Now I just want to talk through your submission to us regarding sub REQ 1.3. And I'm going to speak slowly because I want Ms. Carruthers to follow this as well. And I want you to tell me if I'm saying anything that you disagree with.
Okay.
Okay. So the starting point I thought was sub rule 9, which is the subdivision to facilitate small site development. Is that the correct starting point for thinking
Yes.
about this? Yep.
Yep.
And that rule requires a net site area of a minimum of 400 square meters and a maximum of 499 square meters. So that's the basis of that rule. One of the rule requirements is sub REQ 1.1. Yep. Sub REQ 1.1 seems to me to refer to the minimum average net site area, and it cross refers to table sub 1. Table sub 1 appears to me to have minimum average net site areas, all of which are much bigger than the 400 and the 499 in Rule 9. So that doesn't make sense to me.
Mhm.
Is that the problem that you're asking us to think about?
That's one of the problems. That's the most obvious one,
Yeah.
in the sense that there's nothing in between those. Let's say 499 and 500.
Yeah.
That's the main one.
So then you're asking us to change the activity status of non-compliance with sub REQ 1, and it must be 1.1 because that's what Rule 9 refers to, from non-complying to restricted discretionary. So that's what you're asking us for. Now, I was thinking through that link and particularly looking at that table. And if I go back to Rule 9, and this is my actual question, I just wanted to make sure we were on the same path
Yep.
till we got there. What if we were just to remove from the rule requirements sub REQ 1.1, just delete that?
Yes, that would certainly achieve that outcome. Yeah.
Okay. And Ms. Carruthers, if we can hear from you and reply on that particular matter, both in terms of does it currently work and what would potential solutions be? All right, that was the only question I wanted to ask you. I just wanted to follow a train to get there. But thanks very much for coming in this morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So we're now adjourned until 10:45 when we hear from Mr. Bonus representing Littleton Port Company and the airport. Thank you very much for coming in, Midland Port and Christchurch International Airport. Now, which order do you want to go in? Port first and then airport?
With your permission, panel, it may be better because the issues are largely the same, that we kind of amalgamate them all together. It's very concise. I don't have a summary because I didn't think there was a lot of point.
Yeah.
And the issues kind of play out collectively together. Some of it's stylistic and some of it is in terms of sort of recommendations that I would put in terms of ensuring that parts of the plan are talking to each other better. So I'll just bowl them all together if that's
Yep,
okay.
that's fine. And can't remember your name, sorry. Annabelle Lee, right? Okay, so no. All right, so you'll jump in if necessary. All right.
My support person.
Yes.
So effectively the submissions from LPC and from CIL on the subdivision provisions were predicated largely on the same thing. Essentially the evidence that you've heard from Ms. McNeil from the airport and also from the port were essentially one of the most important controls in terms of ensuring that reverse sensitivity for those bits of infrastructure is managed, is ensuring that the density doesn't increase within bounds as demarcated by the 50 dBA LDN contour for the airport and for the 45 dBA contour for the port noise. CIO and LPC put in submissions across the subdivision chapter. In terms of policies, it was really around supporting Objective 3, which was recognised that sort of anticipated land uses would flow in from subdivision. It's effectively the precursor. And putting into policy 1 and policy 8 some recognition of those specific bits of infrastructure themselves around reverse sensitivity. So those policies, policy 1 and policy 8, were really around exceptions or exclusions when the density standards were otherwise not met to foster things like cluster housing and so forth. So LPC and CAL put in submissions saying, well, we want to be specifically recognised in that, and we also want a new policy around not compromising important infrastructure. So I guess in terms of the planning evidence that I've provided around those particular provisions, I recognise that within the architecture of the subdivision chapter, there should be some recognition around reverse sensitivity for important infrastructure. I think the only point of difference between myself and the reporting officer is that the reporting officer identifies that there is numerous provisions already throughout the plan and that they should be relied on. And there's a statement and a change made to the overview chapter reflecting back to the noise provisions. I understand that, but as I've identified within my evidence, I also think that there is a place in terms of increased certainty for having a policy hook within the subdivision chapter itself. And rather than what LPC and CIO have suggested, which is numerous provisions, I've simply looked at amalgamating all those together and recommending to this panel one single policy around not compromising or understanding that subdivision shouldn't act as a precursor to compromising important infrastructure. So that essentially deals with the policy side of things. In terms of the rule provisions themselves, I've gone through the individual submissions for LPC and CIL and largely identified that there's support for the provisions throughout. The one matter that I have identified for the panel's attention is the interplay between R2, which sets the minimum density standards within the GRUS zone, policy rule R11, where the reporting officer for noise recommended a change which I put forward in noise evidence and we both agreed on in terms of recognising within those overlays cluster or below minimum standards shouldn't be provided for, and I understand that that's accepted by the reporting officer here. And then the last matter is really how that sort of interplays in with R26. And I've identified in my view that I think there's a bit of an inconsistency between R11 and R26 in terms of the treatment of the CIL's infrastructure and also LPC. So wrapping right back to where I started from, the evidence before the panel that I've probably turned up far too many times to sort of represent, is there's a statutory context about avoiding noise sensitive activities, specifically within the 50 dBA for the airport. For the LPC infrastructure, it's more general in terms of policy 635 of the RPS, but in my view, essentially gets to the same space. The evidence from the representative acoustic experts before this panel is that noise sensitive activities and the intensity of them should be avoided within those areas. And the distinction really comes down to how you define noise sensitive activities. And the evidence that I put forward towards this panel is that the provisions of the RPS identify rural land uses with a residential density of 1 per 4 hectares as not being a noise sensitive activity. So the concern that I've got with R26 and the way it's drafted is that any subdivision that transects or interacts with those overlays would automatically become a discretionary activity, regardless of whether or not it met the 4 hectares or not. And I in my view, I don't think there's an evidential or statutory foundation to that before the panel, and it's not something that I would recommend. I see it as being inefficient. The other issue that I've raised for the panel is that the way that R26 is drafted, it would make those activities or subdivision activity a discretionary activity within those areas. Whereas the evidence that I've provided for the panel is if we drop below those 4 hectares, it should be non-compliant. And that links back up in a rational nexus in terms of sort of the avoid policies that I've been putting forward over the case of these hearings. So essentially what I've recommended is one policy in terms of just providing a hook and then suggesting ways that the interplay between R2, R11 and R26 hopefully can be tidied up to provide a consistent approach. One errata that I have picked up in my LPC evidence is that if I can take you to paragraph 20, and I've recommended in the bottom row of that table, in the middle, the activity status, which creates a site with a net area not less than, which actually doesn't make sense in terms of what I'm recommending to this panel. And what I suggest that be replaced with, and also in terms of continuity, is what I've recommended in paragraph 29 for the airport. And effectively the same language, where the site of any site does not comply with GRUS Schedule 2. And that would round that off. I think that's me. So if there are any questions arising, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Yep, let's see if we do have, we do have, that's why we asked you to come in. So Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Bonus. I think it's relatively clear your position. In terms of the new policy you're recommending, obviously this matter was extensively covered in energy and infrastructure and noise, neither hearing I was involved in. And it's a reasonably significant policy nod in those about reverse sensitivity issues as you've outlined. You've also got R26, which is the rule which is going to kick in for both the airport's interests and also in relation to the port's interests as well. In view of the fact that it's about noise and sensitivity to noise and the density or the proposed density that could be created as a result of subdivision for noise sensitive activities, I just want to explore a little bit more about the necessity for a specific reverse sensitive policy here when you've already got things which cover the same matters already in other provisions. Is it belts and braces? Because obviously if you're going to be looking at a subdivision within the air noise boundary, R26 is going to be in play, Rule 26 is going to be in play.
Yeah, look, it's a fair question, and one of the things I outlined right at the beginning of my summary was part of it's stylistic, and part of it is, as you've said, effectively belts and braces. One of the matters that I've raised in my evidence is that policy 1 in particular identifies, and if I can go to it, that might assist a bit more. As to sort of why I think it's still necessary to provide a specific policy here. So policy one, which is the specific one within subdivision, says avoid the creation of any site that cannot contain a residential unit of permitted controlled activity unless the site is in the general rural zone. So the concern that I've got is there is a specific policy within this particular chapter that sort of gives a bit of guidance that actually it's not an avoid at all counts. I take your point that those other provisions are throughout the plan, and I think one thing I would point out, I think we can probably agree between myself and the council officers, it's not just in relation to noise per se in terms of that review sensitivity. The contour is a thing that identifies it, but specifically for LPC, there's issues around light and dust and all those sort of things as well. So yes, it's stylistic, but I think in terms of belts and braces and also providing a counterpoint in terms of how policy one could be read, I still think there's a place for the recommended policy P11 that I've put forward to the panel. But I
Would an alternative be explored, and obviously within scope and so forth, will be to add an additional point to policy P1 covers this map, as opposed to something which is entirely self-contained as a separate policy?
Yep, that's certainly an option. And I think when I looked at the submissions, there were a large number of infrastructure providers that sort of made point on the same thing. But it all became very specific to each piece of infrastructure rather than important infrastructure as a whole. There was also some suggestion around P8, which identifies sort of something similar in terms of a policy direction that, you know, it is possible in some instances to drop below minimum site areas. And what I didn't want to do is recommend to this panel a whole lot of bespoke exemptions throughout these provisions. I think I've turned up and recommended enough of those. And for subdivision, I think there's sort of a clear understanding and the link back to the specifics in those other policy chapters. I think my overall view is that the recommended P11 is probably the more appropriate, but it is stylistic. I accept that.
Yeah, I guess the reason for the questioning is that we've got a lot which is already written in other parts of the plan on this very issue. You have a specific rule which covers it. Do you actually need to go to the extent rather than of having a specific policy, or could there be a matter of cross-referencing that would suffice?
There's some cross-referencing that the reporting officers recommended already in the overview, referencing back to the noise provisions.
Yeah.
Look, ultimately, it's stylistic. I think various plans around the country, and I did look at it, do deal with it in different ways. Some do provide specific provisions throughout, some don't. I guess for me, if I was drafting the chapter, I would put it up. Is anything lost? We're adding a bit more material, but I think it helps provide a little bit more certainty and does, as I've mentioned in my evidence, provide that hook through to R26. But ultimately, you know, it's down to the panel. I think it assists. I think it provides a bit more certainty. It doesn't say anything that is inconsistent with what any of the other provisions are saying. I think it just builds on it for the purpose of the subdivision proposal. And I note back also in my evidence that the RPS as method 2 for policy 635 does identify that, you know, one of the things it's seeking from territorial authorities is policies and objectives and rules, including within subdivision, for how reverse sensitivity is addressed within those plans.
Okay.
But it's not a mountain I'm going to die on. It's just something that I think would be of benefit. I think there's more benefits associated with it than not. That's why I've recommended it.
Okay. Last one for me is about activity status 26 in relation to the airport. And again, with the proviso that I wasn't involved in the noise discussions and also energy and infrastructure. So if you have a land use which is established or is proposing to be established under R26, or a land use which also includes a subdivision under R26, what will be the activity status of that land use, say residential land use? And because surely wouldn't you necessarily want the same activity status for both the land use and the subdivision component of it?
Well, I think that's what I recommended. The concern that I had when I read R26 is that, for example, and this is using the LPC
Yeah.
example rather than the airport, although there is some 10 hectare plus sites within the contour. As for Mannion, for example, there's a 52 hectare lot immediately next to the port operations. If they were going to subdivide that under R26, even if they were creating lots some distance away from LPC's operations, it would become discretionary. And I'm not sure what the benefit with that would be. So what I've tried to do with the amendments is link it back to the overlays themselves, and where there's a minimum lot created within that, below the 4 hectare inner plains subdivision density standard. And then that aligns with what the GRUS rule is around density as well. So what I've tried to recommend is actually a way of removing consenting, although any consent for subdivision will be controlled, and actually align up what the status of those activities would be.
Yeah, so for the port zone under R26, the subdivision will be non-complying. This is the plan as notified, but it was a subdivision within the noise boundary. It will be discretionary.
That's correct. And also
you're wanting both to be non-compliant.
I'm wanting, there's quite a bit to tidy up there, sir. So, for example, the LPC requirement in R26 is predicated around the 55 contour and not the 45.
Yeah.
Well, the evidence from LPC's acoustic advisor was that it's the 45 around density. The other matter was essentially, again, trying to align those provisions up with what the land use components are. And for the airport, the discretionary status didn't appear to align up with anything, and also related to the 55. So there was a fair bit of realignment that was done with those.
So it's not just an easy fix then.
It's certainly one that I'll explore with the reporting officer, just to see whether or not that they've reached the same view based on the light that I've shone on it.
Because currently Ms. Carruthers not recommending any changes to R26.
No. And there were submissions on R26, and I've identified that as perhaps something that did need to be covered off within the reporting officer report.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just, I apologise. I'm going to start from the beginning. Is it the LPC? It'll be the LPC evidence, and what paragraph number? Yes. Oh, right. Yes. Yes. At the corner of Ferry Road. No, I don't think it is. It's a different site. No, but what I can say is that I understand Christchurch City Council are taking Peoples through some enforcement action at the moment in terms of resolving that particular matter. It's fair to say there's a divergence in views as to whether or not they can stack those containers as high as they have. Thank you.
I just want to explore with you rule R26.
Sure.
Because unlike my colleague, I was on the energy and infrastructure and noise hearing panels. And I do recall us discussing this in the noise hearing, and your evidence was that the solution arrived at there addressed the concern. So rule R26. So I just want to understand the underlying desire from both the port and the airport before I ask another question.
Sure.
So we have two noise contours. So we have the airport 50 dB contour and the port zone 45.
Correct.
And then we have noisier contours. We have the airport 55 and the port 55.
Correct.
Right. My understanding from the previous hearings was that within the airport 50 and the port zone 45, so the less noisy contours, the desire from the submitters was to preclude undersized lots
It's around density.
occurring.
Yes.
And within the noisier contours, in terms of subdivision, the desire would be to make any subdivision non-compliant within the noisier contours.
No.
Or limited to undersized lots.
My understanding is that, and again, at the wider bound, so we'll take CIL's 50 dBA. Anywhere within that 50 dBA, which also includes the 55, it's around managing density. So ensuring that we don't get an increase in density. Within that next contour up, which is the 55, it's around what steps can you take to ensure that noise sensitive activities are insulated, because between a normal housing build will give you an insulated house at the 50 to 55.
Okay. All right. And therefore non-complying would enable those issues to be addressed.
Around density, yes.
And also insulation and stuff like that.
The rule that has been recommended by me to kick in at the 55 would hopefully give a fairly certain signal that actually trying to get acoustic attenuation for between the 50 and 55 is not really something that should be envisaged.
Okay. So I'm going to put you, and I'm going to speak slowly again.
I think that says more about me, sir, than
the
you,
reporting officer to tell us, to report back to us as well. So I'm looking at rule sub R26. And potential, and I may be totally off theme, but it occurred to me that a potential, and I don't want you to answer now because I want you to go away and think about it and maybe talk to Ms. Carruthers as well.
Certainly.
The potential solution would be, so for rule R26, it's split into what I might call, just a minute, let me find it. So that's split into two bits. We got the DIS row and then the NC row. So that's in those two bits, right? So what it occurred to me we might do is in the DIS row, so the top row, refer to the airport 50 dB noise control overlay. So just bear with me, and refer to the port 45 dB contour, which I think it already does. But within both of the wordings, so in R26.1 and R26.3, we would exclude, because the wording already excludes, it says does not apply to subdivision under certain other rules. So we could just exclude subdivision under sub R11.5, which is where you go to be a non-complying activity if you're an undersized lot.
That was the amendment to remove the cluster options, wasn't it?
Yeah. So if we were to make the DIS row airport 50 dB and port zone 45 dB, but exclude from both of those anything that gets captured by sub R11.5. So that then being excluded, those things would remain non-compliant because they're undersized. And then in the NC row, retain the port 55 dB as it is recommended to us, but add in an airport 55 dB row that pretty much mirrors the port 55 dB row. So just go away and think about that.
Yes, and I am.
But I seriously don't want you to answer now because I want you to sit down with Ms. Carruthers as well and whoever else you need, just to see whether that would work or not.
Okay.
And if you don't think it would work, maybe if you and Ms. Carruthers can, and draw in the reporting officers from the other chapters where we've already looked at this, if that would help. If you can collectively come up with a solution, if what I've put out here doesn't work, then I'd really like to have recommended to us something that would satisfy everybody.
Oh, thank you, sir, for that opportunity.
Yeah. So are you clear what I'm suggesting?
I am, and I remember attending the hearing on the noise provisions and identifying to the panel that the way that R11 had been amended effectively made R26 almost redundant.
Mm,
in terms of the airport and the port.
mm,
And the issue I think we're trying to address is how can we ensure that there's some consistency in terms of the status of activities and
Yeah.
also the particular contours themselves.
Yeah.
For those treatments.
Yeah.
I think the only and I'll go away and have a think about it. I'm just speaking aloud. I still have a concern for some of the larger blocks that will become discretionary under 26, even where they end up with a compliant 4-hectare lot that could be some distance away from where those contours are simply from a efficiency of consenting
Mhm.
purpose. But I'll look at that in depth and ensure that there's a response. Are you suggesting a joint witness statement or
oh, yeah.
something a little bit more informal?
It can be more informal than that. Just an indication of what I've suggested would work once you've had a discussion with Ms. Carruthers and her colleagues, and then if you collectively decide that won't work, then if you can collectively agree on a solution, then all well and good.
Will do. Thank you, sir.
I mean, if you can roll it into a concise JWS, that's fine, but if it doesn't need to be that formal.
No, I'm hopeful it can be resolved fairly quickly.
All right. So that was the only thing I wanted to explore with you, just
Thank you, sir.
trying to get consistency across the chapters.
Yes.
All right, but thanks very much for coming in and answering our questions.
Thank you, panel.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
So I think it's, yes, still good morning. We're going to resume the hearing, and at this stage, hopefully we're hearing from Kāinga Ora. Mr. Jeffries, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank
We
you.
can't hear you. You might be on mute.
Can you hear me?
So if you can hear us, why don't you try to say something?
Can you hear me now?
No, we're still not hearing you. Something's either wrong at your end or our end. We'll just see what we can do.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Right, Mr. Jeffries, you're now back on our screen. Can you hear us? Apparently not.
Oh, can you hear me now?
No. Do we need to call for help? So, Mr. Jeffries, can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Apologies for that.
Oh, awesome. That's all right. It's always a glitch now and then. So good morning and welcome. Thanks for coming in a bit earlier to accommodate us. We're moving a bit quicker this morning than we thought. Thanks for providing Kāinga Ora, providing the original submission, and thank you for your evidence. You don't need to read that out loud to us because we've read it, but you're very welcome to summarise key points that you'd like us to bear in mind, and then we'll see if we have questions for you, or else if you don't wish to do a summary, we can just proceed straight to questions, but that's up to you.
Okay, yeah, I will read a short summary and then, yeah, happy to take questions. So my statement of evidence is on the subdivision, Selwyn, the Kāinga Ora subdivision submission points as they relate to the section 42A report on subdivision from 19th of October. So Selwyn District Council have stated that that does not address submissions on variation 1 to the proposed plan. So I won't be addressing any points that overlap with Kāinga Ora's submission on the variation. And as such, it's a pretty narrow range of submission points I'm addressing, and they all relate to the policies of the subdivision chapter. and primarily seeking a package of amendments to add references to vacant site subdivision. This is to enable subdivision in accordance with an approved land use consent around existing dwellings and around dwellings that are compliant with the permitted district-wide and zone rules. So this package of requested amendments ensures that subdivision that creates vacant sites is addressed by policy 1. Subdivision around development created through land use consent or through compliance with district-wide and zone rules is covered by the insertion of a new policy, and boundary adjustments around existing dwellings are covered by the amended version of policy 8. So in my view, this amended set of provisions more appropriately provides for a broader range of subdivision scenarios, including subdivision with reduced site sizes around future residential units that may be created through compliance with permitted rules or pursuant to land use consent, and limits requirements around density to the creation of vacant sites, which have the potential to alter the existing urban form. So the Kainga Ora submission also requested an amendment to policy 3 to remove reference to access to sunlight. This is to recognise that access to sunlight is regulated through the zone rule requirements, which determine the bulk and location of buildings. I agree with the Kainga Ora submission that access to sunlight is regulated through those zone rule requirements, and therefore it is unnecessary and inappropriate to address this through the subdivision provisions. I therefore recommend amending subdivision policy 3 to remove reference to access to sunlight. I concur with Kainga Ora's view that the subdivision chapter of the proposed district plan, as notified, does not adequately provide for residential development and housing choice, and does not adequately support the level of residential development that could otherwise be achieved by the zones of the plan. In my opinion, the amendments recommended and requested in the submissions of Kainga Ora will ensure that the proposed plan more appropriately provides for residential development capacity, housing choice, and affordability, and achieves consistent with the strategic direction and urban growth objectives of the proposed district plan. So I'm happy to take any questions on that.
Great, thank you very much for that summary. Lindsay, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Jeffries. I guess I'm still a little bit confused about why the on policy 1, you're wanting the removal of site to vacant site. I see from your evidence you've sort of explained the reason why, but what, in my view, the policy potentially includes anything, whether it's vacant or not, and why does there need to be specific reference to a vacant site?
So it does need to be seen in the context of the package of amendments we're seeking. So it's trying to be explicit about that policy addressing vacant site subdivision so that it does not conflict with allowing subdivision around existing dwellings and those created through consent. So one thing is that this policy will apply to all zones, including the medium density residential zone, which explicitly provides for subdivision around any lawfully created dwelling, essentially. So one of the reasons why this policy needs to be clear that it only applies to vacant site subdivision is that it applies to that. But it is also important for the other zones. It's Kainga Ora's view that that the subdivision provisions should only seek to control density of vacant site subdivision because it is only in vacant sites where the land use has not been able to be considered in any other way.
Yeah,
So
so
that-
it's part of the package with your other amendments then is why you're suggesting vacant site in P1, which covers all zones, I think.
That's right.
Okay. All right, I'm sure we'll hear some more on that. The next range of questions I had was in relation to whether as a result of these package of policy changes, there would need to also be complementary changes to some of the rules. Your package of amendments would very specifically targets the policies, not any of the rules. So the rules themselves are adequate from KO's perspective.
Kāinga Ora's submission points on the rules and rule requirements all overlapped with variation 1. So I did not address those in the statement of evidence. But Kāinga Ora is seeking some changes. Not all of them will specifically relate to this point. Some of them do. I don't know if you had a specific one in mind. I can speak to that.
No, it was a general question because you've made, I don't know, fundamental or proposing some changes. And I was just working my way through the whole process as if you make those changes and forgetting about the variation 1 and so forth, but if you make those changes to those areas which aren't covered by variation 1, is there any complementary changes to the rules which may be required?
It's not covered by Kāinga Ora's submission, but there could be. The main point is that the zone should set out the outcomes in built form.
Yeah.
So if the zone provisions are not adequately covering that and relying on the subdivision provisions, then perhaps there is further changes needed to articulate those in the zone. In Kāinga Ora's view, that the changes they're seeking are set out in their submission, so they don't see the need for any additional changes.
Okay. You've just answered the question. No, sorry, I don't have any further questions.
Raymond?
No, I don't. No. Yes, sorry, no questions from me, thank you.
And Malcolm?
No questions. Lindsay's coming.
Ms. Jeffries, I've just got a number of questions for you. So I'll just lead you through your evidence starting at paragraph 5.3. I don't understand why your planning advice to us is that size and density should not be a determining factor, or that they're not important when considering subdivisions. Can you explain why you have that view?
It's not that they're not important, it's that they should be articulated through the zone, and that the subdivision provisions shouldn't seek to constrain development further than what is provided for by the zone.
So subdivision creates lots, allotments. Allotments need to be of a certain size. The size that they are will then have an impact on density of development. So shouldn't subdivision take those issues into account?
Yes, in the circumstances where land use is not able to be considered through any other means, which is vacant site subdivision, then yes, then it should. But if there are land use provisions that can manage those built form effects, then the subdivision shouldn't be seeking an additional layer of constraint.
So when you say other provisions, can you give us an example of what you were thinking of? So that subdivision provisions wouldn't need to deal with site size and density because other provisions would. What would be an example of another provision?
The provisions that set building envelope, so height in relation to boundary setbacks would be the primary ones.
Yep. And that's what I thought you were thinking of. So, but doesn't a height in relation to boundary and setbacks, they're fundamentally linked to the size of a site, aren't they? If the
Yes,
site's
they
too
can
small,
be.
you simply can't achieve those outcomes.
Yeah, and that's exactly the point. The land use is controlling those outcomes, the land use provisions. The changes that I'm recommending here are ensuring that no additional provisions, no additional constraints apply, except in the case of vacant site subdivision, where there's no ability to consider the land use on its own.
When you say vacant site, do you mean, say, a site that has no development on it at all? Or do you include, say, a site that has a house on it and they want to subdivide it to create another lot where they could put another house on it? What do you mean by vacant site?
So in that circumstance, a site with an existing house, that if you were subdividing around that and also creating an additional lot, the additional lot would be the creation of a vacant site. So it would be captured by these provisions. So there would be a means to control the site size of the newly created site. It's only that the existing development or any development that's created through resource consent, then those rules would not apply.
Just looking at your suggested change to sub P1. Let me just find where that is. Right, so it's your 6.3. So the policies need to give effect to the objectives. So how would that narrowing of that policy give effect to sub 01, objective number 1? If it only applied to vacant sites, how would sub 01 be given effect to?
Now, I believe subdivision that has changed through the variation. But the main point is that it's not only policy 1 giving effect to objective 1, it's the package of policies. So policy 1 combined with policy 8 and the insertion of a new policy as recommended here would give effect to that.
Got another question at your para 6.5. So again, I might be misunderstanding what Kaingaroa is seeking, but the thought I had was to ask you to explain in terms of your para 6.5 with regard to subdivision around existing dwellings, why the existing house should be enabled to have an undersized site upon subdivision. How would that then, if that was the outcome that's being sought, how would that manage the health and well-being of residents in that existing house if they're enabled to have an undersized site such that they might not enjoy the amenity that someone on a fully sized site would enjoy? Sort of understand where I'm going with that. If I misunderstood what you're asking for.
Well, it's not changing the built form outcome in that circumstance. It's just subdividing around an existing dwelling. If it is creating additional development, then it would be captured by policy 1, the reference to vacant site subdivision. Any new development that is potentially created through the subdivision is going to be a vacant site and would be captured by policy 1.
Yeah, I guess I'm not so concerned about the newly created vacant site, but subdividing an existing property that has a house on it, creating a new, subdividing it, so dividing it into 2 lots so that you can build another house on the new lot. But that means the existing house has such a small site that, you know, it's going to have fences around the boundary. It won't have room for a proper outdoor area or a proper recreational area next to the house. It could result in a suboptimal outcome in terms of the health and well-being of residents of the existing house. I mean, is that appropriate?
I disagree that it would create a suboptimal health and well-being outcome. But if that's the view, then if that's what the zone is seeking to achieve, then and it's not achieving that through the land use provisions, then those aren't fulfilling their role properly. There is a number of provisions in there though that control those matters. So including setbacks and other provisions depending on the zone. Some of the zones have outdoor living space provisions.
So what's the downside in having subdivision already also controlling that outcome? What's the downside to it?
Well, these policies do apply to all zones. One part of it is it's sending a conflicting message. Zones like the medium density residential explicitly enable development and don't seek to constrain subdivision around any lawfully created dwellings. So that fact would be conflicting with this policy. And yeah, it could be constraining development beyond a level that is provided for by the zone is the chief downside of that.
But would that be the case if the outcomes were to be achieved were the same? Like if in the implementation of the subdivision provisions, they were seeking to achieve the same outcomes as the underlying zoning provisions, I guess I'm just not seeing a downside in that.
Well, and in that case, it would just be a duplication and there'd be no loss in removing it. But I think in some cases it can set an additional layer of constraint on development.
Just another question at your 610, it's on a similar theme and I might be misunderstanding what Kainga is asking for. So at your para 610, is it Kainga or in your planning evidence to us that residential units should initially comply with the minimum site size, but then for any, but that could then be reviewed or changed at a later stage through a land use consenting process so that the initial compliance could be sort of done away with at a later stage?
That's not the point being made there. The point is that around dwellings that have been created through or existing dwellings or those created through land use consent are existing. So it's just about enabling subdivision around what already exists. So in that case, the development is already there, whether you subdivide it around it or not. And it's just ensuring that those properties have the benefit of that subdivision provides of having a separate title. So it's not really seeking to change the outcome of built development.
Right. But it would potentially result in, again, it's the same issue I raised with you previously, it would result in a site or a lot around the existing dweller that was smaller than what was initially there. So you have an existing development, existing houses, existing site sizes, if they then subdivide so that the existing house is on a smaller site than it was previously, which might not comply with the outcomes that are wanting to be achieved in terms of amenity for that area. Is that what would be enabled by what you're suggesting here?
Yeah, to the extent that the built form could change around that dwelling, that would be able to be taken into consideration. If not through the land use, then through the subdivision of the vacant site that's created. But yeah, for that site, then yes, it could have a smaller site size, and that is the intention, to enable that.
Yeah. A smaller site than is otherwise sought to be provided for the relevant zone? Or would you, would you wanting to be creating non-compliant sites in terms of what the zone might provide, in terms of site size?
Well, if the zone doesn't provide it, then it wouldn't create it. Yeah, I'm not sure what circumstance that would happen. But if there's not a reason to constrain that, then there's no reason for the subdivision provisions to constrain it further than what the land use and the zone provisions are.
Okay. All right, so just moving on, just a couple more. 616. Why do we need a policy to enable compliance with a permitted activity rule? If something's permitted, it's permitted. Do we need a policy to enable that?
The policy is not enabling compliance with a permitted rule. It's just providing for boundary adjustments where the land use is complied with.
And just a couple more. Your 7.2, you're wanting to delete the reference to sunlight. I'm not quite understanding why you think that's a good thing to do from a planning perspective. Why would you deny access to sunlight?
No, it's not about denying access to sunlight. It's about the fact that access to sunlight should be regulated through the zone provisions. And it's inappropriate for that to be an additional layer of what is essentially a land use consideration to be added to the subdivision provisions. So the zones all have provisions around height in relation to boundary setbacks that regulate access to sunlight. It's inappropriate for an additional consideration to be inserted into the subdivision provisions.
Don't the number of buildings you have on a certain area of land dictate the shadows and shading that they create, and the number of buildings you have on a certain area of land depends on how big the lots are, and the lots are created through subdivision. So why would you want to take that out of the decision-making realm of a subdivision consent decision maker?
It's something that should be addressed through the land use provisions, and I don't see a reason to address that or to double up on addressing that through subdivision. The subdivision provisions should be enabling what is enabled through the zone. If there are effects that need to be managed, they should be managed through the zone provisions.
All right, now there's nothing further I wish to ask you, but I guess you've got a feeling for the my concern that we've yet to deliberate and we'll hear back from our officers in reply, but I'm struggling to understand why you want to take some of these decision-making matters away from the consideration of subdivision consents when that determines lot size, and lot size has obviously has an impact on what happens on the land and the effects thereof. So, but I think I've asked you enough questions about that.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks very much for coming in early to accommodate our schedule. We do appreciate that, and thanks for answering our questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we back online. Right, good afternoon. Welcome. Thank you for coming in a little bit earlier than was scheduled. At this stage, according to my schedule, we're hearing from Sarah Everly, Council, and Ivan Thompson, planner, to talk to the submission of Manmeet Singh.
Okay, that's me, Sarah Everly, and I have the discussion of Mr. Singh.
Okay. But we don't have Mr. Ivan Thompson present.
But Ivan is senior planning investor consultant, so I'm an investor, this sort of investor consultant. Certainly probably.
Right. Okay, thank you for that. We've read his evidence, so you don't need to read that to us.
Oh, yes, that's good.
Yeah, but
There is another issue with another a couple of submitters, but do you want me to cover that off in terms of now, or do you want to deal with Mr. Singh's first?
well, we don't have any other submitters on our schedule.
Okay, can I explain that or? Oh, I've just been liaising with Jocelyn Lewis regarding that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So which submitters do you wish to?
Oh, okay, so so the other submitters are the McIlwraith and Daly Family Trust and Stuart, Townsend and Fraser. And the submission matter covers exactly the same point as is raised by the Singh submission. And in both cases, there's no submission point in the summary because they both relate to a consequential relief as a result of submissions lodged on one of the urban growth policies and the rezoning requests. And so the reason why, and I liaised with Mr. Love at the time as to how to deal with that. And there's been a bit of confusion, but the email was, so Mr. Singh got put on the schedule because he's made other submissions in the subdivision chapter, which we're not worried about. Daly Family Trust and Townsend didn't because they hadn't made any further submissions. So the email correspondence was, well, that you can table the evidence on the day. So that's what I propose to do, but it's essentially, it's exactly the same issue as is covered by Mr. Singh, and the evidence that I've tabled just gives you a bit of background as to what those two submitters, their land and what their interest is.
So we have McGrath and Daly Family Trust, Stuart and Townsend and Fraser scheduled to appear before us in the residential zone hearings.
So what has happened, I think.
So, just a minute.
Oh, sorry, my apologies.
Is that still going to happen?
Not if you can hear it today.
Okay. And so you filed evidence for the residential zone hearing representing those two parties. And so is that the evidence you want to present to us today and pretend that it relates to the subdivision chapter?
Yes, I think the confusion is, maybe to clarify, is that the planners have dealt with the subdivision rules relating to large lot in the residential chapter, even though it's a subdivision rule, which is covered in the subdivision chapter. And because there's no submission point, because it's a consequential relief, these haven't been allocated.
Okay.
And we assumed they were subdivision chapter matters.
Right.
Yeah.
So the evidence you want to present to us today on behalf of how do you say the name? McIlwraith and the Daly Family Trust and Stuart, Townsend and Fraser is the same evidence that's already been lodged for the residential hearing.
That's correct.
All right.
Yep.
So I just want to check if we've read that. Have you read that? Have you read it?
We don't have them scheduled to appear.
For the residential hearing? No, they're not set down for the residential hearing.
And the reason for that is because if you read the top, it says the evidence of subdivision and residential chapter. And the council allocated it to the residential hearing, whereas we assumed it would be allocated to the subdivision hearing.
All right.
And what has been, I thought the email correspondence meant that we would be appearing and tabling, but clearly that hadn't got registered as the fact that we wanted to appear. So I apologise for that.
So the evidence that has been circulated for the residential zone hearing that you now want to present today,
Yes.
does that seek any relief that's not in the evidence that Mr. Ivan Thompson actually filed for today's hearing?
No.
So we don't need to go through that residential zone statement of evidence then? We can just still focus on the evidence we have read?
Yes, it just would give you some more context, that's all.
It doesn't seek any different relief?
It doesn't, no.
Well, if you're happy then for us to hear from council and then you will speak to Mr. Ivan Thompson's evidence. So you've read and fully understand his evidence because
I do.
obviously you didn't write that evidence.
Yes.
Did you? Did you write
No,
Ivan's
I peer
evidence?
reviewed
Ron?
it.
Pardon?
I peer reviewed it.
Peer reviewed it, okay. So
Yeah.
you're capable and he's happy for you to answer any questions
Absolutely.
arising from his evidence? Okay.
Yes.
So if you want to just talk amongst yourselves, I'd suggest that what we do is we hear from legal counsel and then we will then hear if there's any points of summary from Mr. Ivan Thompson's evidence that has been circulated for today's hearing. We'll then ask questions of that. And then unless there's anything further that either of you wish to add in terms of those other two submitters, we'll just leave it at that.
Yes, I'm comfortable with that, sir. I'm not appearing for those other submitters today. And so I'm happy to leave that in Ms. Aston's hands in terms of that, any further points she would like to elicit from that evidence.
All right. So if we go through Mr. Ivan Thompson's evidence that you're now appearing on his behalf for, and you're not seeking any alternative relief. So the residential zone evidence, as you said, only provides a little bit more context for those other submitters, does it? So we could read that in our own time because the relief sort is the same.
Yes, I think so, as long as it's clear. There is one point that I probably need to clarify in relation to that other evidence.
Okay.
Yes, which is one point, yeah.
So let's do this. Let's hear from counsel in terms of representing Mr. Singh. And then why don't you take us to, or tell us what that other contextual point is from the other submitters.
Yes.
Who we thought we were going to, well, no, we didn't think we were going to hear from them, did we? Because they weren't on our schedule. But you tell us the additional contextual point from those other submitters. And then you can then summarise anything you wish to summarise from Mr. Ivan Thompson's evidence, and then we'll see if we have questions, planning questions for you. How does that sound?
Sounds good.
Excellent. Counsel representing Mr. Singh.
Thank you. Now, I understand that submissions are pre-circulated and that you've had an opportunity to read those. So what I had intended to do was just briefly speak to those, but I'm also happy to read them out if there's preference for that.
No, we're happy for you just to summarise key points.
Great.
Yeah.
So just in terms of context, first of all, Mr. Singh's submission relates to the Allendale Lane properties, which are located between the land that's been referred to as the Plan Change 69 land and the remaining Lincoln Township. His original submission primarily sought that that land be rezoned as general residential, and with the introduction of Enabling Housing Act and the variations, he now has filed a further submission seeking a primary relief of medium density residential zone for that land. His fallback relief, should you determine that it's not appropriate to zone that land medium density, is for the land to be rezoned as large lot residential.
Yeah.
And so this relief sits between the evidence that you've already heard on a change to the policy in the urban growth chapter to enable large lot residential between 1 and 5 households per hectare.
Yeah.
And the evidence that you will hear on the rezoning submissions in relation to the fallback relief of this being a large lot residential. And so if you determine that the appropriate zoning of this land is large lot residential, Mr. Singh is seeking a consequential relief to the minimum and minimum average lot sizes within the large lot residential zone. I would say specific to his land, but appreciating that a number of other submitters have sought similar changes in respect of their land. And so that change is to change the minimum lot size to 1,000 meters squared and the minimum average to 2,000 meters squared. And I'm here in respect of the scope for that submission. In my submission, that is both consequential to his clear submission on the urban growth policy to allow large lot residential at up to 5 households per hectare. And it's also a lesser relief to his primary relief of first of all, general or the now medium density residential. And so to the extent that any submitter was interested in the density of an increased density of housing on the Allendale Lane properties, the scope ranges between what was notified as a rural zoning up to what is now the medium density residential zone. And so this relief sits within that scope. That's essentially my submission.
All right, see if we have questions arising. Lindsay?
No, I don't. I think the position is well clear. Presumably there's rezoning evidence.
Yes, there is. Yes.
Which we haven't got to yet. And obviously you've been participated in variation 1 as well.
Yes, that's correct in terms of the medium density relief.
Okay. And no, the relief's clear. Thank you.
Raymond, any questions for council? And Malcolm?
Just a question, as medium density wasn't applied for in the first instance, the public looking at these applications have not had an opportunity to comment on such a change?
So in the original submission, it was sought general residential zoning. So the large lot already sits between that and the rural zoning, and then has made a submission on variation 1, seeking the medium density rezoning, which then other parties had the opportunity to further submit on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Paragraph 14 of the legal submission, so this cuts the issue of scope. So if we were to reject the submission sought to amend UGP 13 to allow a density of 1 to 5 households per hectare, does the scope argument therefore fall over?
I think it would be an inconsistent decision for you then to change the minimum lot size because in the subdivision chapter, because that wouldn't accord with your decision on the urban growth policies. So I guess in effect the scope disappears.
Yeah. Okay. Then putting that to one side, how appropriate is it to amend minimum lot sizes in a zone that apply district-wide to cater for the desires of a single property owner?
Yeah, so my submission, the change should be specific to the Allendale Lane land and any other land that you determine should have a similar minimum if there's submissions on that. So it shouldn't be a district-wide change to the large lot residential minimum lot size and minimum average. in terms of the urban growth policy, that if you accepted Mr. Singh's submission on that, it would still read that large lot residential should have between 1 and 5 households per hectare. So there's obviously a range there. Some large lot residential areas might have a lower density than the Allendale Lane land.
So if UGP 13 is amended, but if
Yes.
it's not, it's still 1 to 2 households per hectare.
That's right.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So coming back to my question about changing a district-wide provision to cater for the desire of one lander, so you said, well, it wouldn't be district-wide, it would only apply to Mr. Singh's land and any other submitter who's sort of similar outcome. I'm not sure if there are any. So you're essentially asking for a unique spot zoning for one landowner.
Effectively, yes.
Right.
Well, a different standard within the otherwise applicable large lot residential zoning.
So a bespoke large lot residential spot zone for Mr. Singh's.
Well, I wouldn't go so far probably to say as a bespoke spot zone, but a bespoke subdivision standard. And so it might be appropriate to have other bespoke standards for particular outline development plan or, urban area, future urban areas.
All right, thank you. Now, Ms. Aston, did you want to give us the contextual issue for those other two submitters first?
Yes, so basically, they are in a similar situation to Mr. Singh's land in the sense that they have also sought rezonings. In the case of the Daly Family Trust, it's land on the edge of Prebbleton, and the primary relief is large lot residential. So they haven't sought general residential for that land. And the primary relief, it's beyond the western boundary of Prebbleton. Prebbleton currently has a number of preferred rural residential sites in the council's rural residential strategy, but they are all now subject to submissions, and some have already been the subject of approved plan changes for full residential zoning, and they'll step up to medium density residential in terms of variation 1. So that leaves Prebbleton without any large lot residential zoning, and so that's the zoning that is sought for the Prebbleton land, the Daly Family Trust land, and is predicated on a large lot residential zone with a minimum of 1,000, an average of 2,000. And the other one is a Townsend and others who have land on the northwest boundary of Lincoln, and that's also subject to rezoning submissions. In that case, the primary relief sought is a mix of full residential and, well, in the proposed plan as notified, general, it was open-ended, could be a mix of general residential, large lot residential and industrial, because there's a shortage of industrial land at Lincoln. That was refined in the evidence for the rezoning hearing, which sought a mixture of general residential and industrial residential, and then the variation sought medium density residential for the residential component. Basically, there's some transmission lines that cross the site, which we've suggested form the boundary between the industrial and the general residential zoning. But there is a fallback position of large lot residential, which we want to keep in play, particularly because there's no large lot residential at all at Lincoln. The land is defined as highly productive in terms of this new national policy statement. So we want to keep the option open in terms of development capacity arguments, the fact that large lot there's nothing in Lincoln, whereas quite a lot of new residential has been approved by way of Plan Change 69. This is all in the evidence, which just gives you, so essentially the large lot and the amendment to the urban growth policy, which is for lot sizes between 1 and 5 households per hectare for large lot rather than 1 to 2 households per hectare is important and would apply to those zones, those rezonings, as well as Mr. Singh's. And that I'm comfortable in terms of the question that the chair asked, that policy does enable rezonings to be considered for large lot residential anywhere within the range of 5 households per hectare up to 1 household per hectare. So, and the consequential relief in each case to the subdivision rule can specify what minimum is appropriate for each case. And certainly in the case of both of those two other sites, we would be looking at an average of 2,000, minimum of 1,000, as consistent with large lot residential. And there is evidence in terms of demand for that, and the fact that there's much stronger demand in that size range rather than the bigger lots, which is also arguably a less efficient use of land. So I guess the important point I'm trying to make is that the relief that you give in terms of the subdivision rule needs to take into account these 2 other sites and any others that anybody else has submitted on in terms of what the minimum lot size should be for large lot residential. Does that make sense?
Maybe. We'll see from our questions if it makes sense. So just in terms of those other 2 submitters in the subdivision chapter, were they primary submitters or further submitters?
They're neither, because this is a consequential relief to their primary submission on the Urban Growth Policy 13 and what they request in their rezoning submission. This is a consequential relief.
Right. As in the 42A report for the subdivision hearing, they're listed as further submitters, aren't they? And
yeah, that's in relation to other matters which they don't wish to pursue.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now then, in terms of Mr. Ivan Thompson's evidence, do you wish to highlight anything from that?
Yes, there's just one correction to make first on paragraph 15. The last sentence, the minimum lot sizes, the last word should be 2,000 square meters, not 2,500 square meters. Because that's what we're asking for as the minimum, is an average of 2,000.
Yeah.
And if you go to Mr. Ivan's evidence on the rezoning hearings in relation to Mr. Singh's land, he's talked about there at a minimum average of 2,500. We've had a subsequent conversation and he will amend that to 2,000 because I think we both believe that the smallest minimum that's feasible while still having a large lot residential character is appropriate given the position of that land, sort of sandwiched between urban development on all sides. But that's just that's just a correction to make. In terms of the context of Allendale Lane, as explained by Ms. Everley, it's surrounded by urban zonings. The lots are already, the majority of them, it's a total of 8 lots, 2 4-hectare lots, and the balance 6 are either 1 hectare or 2 hectare lots. It's already undersized. And this is the fallback position of large lot residential, but Mr. Thompson and I are both of the view that actually high density is more appropriate in this location. but large lot isn't acceptable if necessary for that position. Certainly not preferred. In terms of quickly just going through the key points in Mr. Thompson's evidence, clearly this is to give effect to the amendment to the policy P13, which has already been heard. My understanding is that the difficulty is that the this is a defined, identified rural residential, preferred rural residential area in the council's rural residential strategy. That strategy gave effect to the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement, Policy 6.3.9, which said that rural residential had to have a density of 1 to 2 households per hectare. Our view is that that's really out of date now, and that 1 to 2 households per hectare minimum isn't given effect to the urban national policy statement on urban development, and particularly policy 1 of well-functioning urban environments, which is to provide for a variety of households to meet different needs. That's my paraphrase of that policy. But that's all covered in the evidence on the urban growth policy, and I refer you in particular to paragraph 13. And I presented and wrote that evidence in relation to urban growth policy 13 as it related to submissions by all 3 of these rezoning requests. I haven't prepared summary evidence because it's all pretty.
No, you don't need to.
No, I don't think so.
Because it's not your evidence, but
yes. Just to further confuse you, the last 2 paragraphs of the evidence.
Mr. Thompson's evidence.
Yes, yeah. Mr. Thompson's evidence relate to large lot residential zone policy 1. Now that in fact is a matter that really falls under the residential chapter rather than the subdivision chapter. We haven't asked to be heard. Do you want me to speak to that now, or will you just
I think
take that as read?
It's pretty simple what you're asking for.
I think it is, yes.
So
it's particularly relevant if the other submission seeking a mix of densities between 1 to 5 households per hectare is granted.
Yep, I understand that.
Okay.
See if we have questions for you, shall we?
Sure.
Lindsay.
I think I'm beginning to understand, but there's a reasonably complicated situation here. Now, for the other submitters, not Mr. Singh, you see that there's similarities contextually in between this and the others, but Mr. Singh's property is between Lincoln Township and the Plain Change 69 area, so that's been in evidence and covered. But what the similarities in for the Prebbleton site that you were talking about, being on the, would you say, the western edge of Prebbleton?
Correct.
And existing large lot residential, and you're wanting the same relief as you are seeking for Mr. Singh's in this fallback position.
Yes, so large lot residential is the primary relief.
Yes.
For the Prebbleton rezoning, and
but with lower densities.
Yeah, higher densities.
Higher densities.
Yes,
sorry.
yes, that's right.
Yes.
Correct. Yes, yes, and I guess the similarity is that it is a township edge location. In that case, it doesn't have existing residential or approved residential on all boundaries. In a sense, Mr. Singh's is an infill rezoning, whereas the Prebbleton one is a town edge rezoning, but it's wedged between Shands Road and the new Southern Motorway. So, and given that there's all the large lot residential at Prebbleton essentially is now sought to be zoned full residential, in order to provide for a variety of housing needs, etc. Some replacement large lot residential is required, but at a more, what I consider to be appropriate density. And I've also noted in there the national policy standards and their description of large lot residential. And I certainly am of the view, and myself and Ivan, that an average of 2,000 is well within what one would anticipate under the national planning standards for large lot residential.
And the third site?
And the third
It's
site,
got an industrial component to it as well.
yes, it's an interesting site. Again, it's a township edge location. And it's at the northwest corner of, and it's just basically, it's difficult for you without knowing all the rezoning. It's all sort of set out in detail in the rezoning evidence.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, so it's
Which we're
basically,
coming to.
yes. So it's it's a township edge. It's on the corner, filling in one corner left of two boundaries, which have got urban development on them, and Tancred's Road and Springs Road. But it has a power lines diagonally running through the middle of it. And so the land on the outside edge, which is on the major arterial road coming into Lincoln, lends itself to general industrial zoning. And the power lines provide a buffer between the two zones and some opportunities for stormwater to go there. And then the other side, we're suggesting some form of residential zoning as a appropriate, compatible with the existing residential zoning. It's Barton Fields and Fletcher's are in the process of developing existing residential zones in that corner. So and the rezoning hearing evidence at the moment talks largely, has refined it to full residential, and the variation submission medium density residential. But and that is the primary relief, but we don't want to forego the fallback position of large lot residential, particularly in light of the national policy statement on urban development, where
And not having read the rezoning evidence as yet,
sure,
but presumably it's seeking a similar form of a fallback position for each of those sites as well.
well, in the Prevalent site, large lot is the primary relief.
Yeah.
And in the evidence for Lincoln, it's at northwest Lincoln. It doesn't actually talk about it as a fallback position, but what has happened is the national policy statement, highly productive land, has been notified.
Yes.
Subsequently, and that may cause us to review where we land in terms of the form of that residential zoning.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in terms of any section 32 AA assessment, is presumably justification, analysis of benefits, costs, and all those other good
Yes.
things as a result of that change has been covered off in that evidence?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Raymond? Malcolm?
Yes. Hello again, Fiona.
Hello.
I'm very interested in these add-ons as we've got here. The Townsend property, from my memory, is somewhat surrounded by land care research and other areas, research facilities and paddocks, is it not?
On the southern boundary, there is crop and food land.
Yes.
But on the eastern boundaries, there is existing residential development. And then the other side of Tancred's Road and Springs Road is rural land.
Yeah,
Not quite sure about the ownership of that.
Yes, I believe it's
Yes.
leased as a research facilities.
And crop and food have submitted against the rezoning. So those are issues that we have to.
And
work
they
through.
would be bringing up reverse sensitivity issues.
Correct.
Thank you.
I have to say, well, can I comment on that, or is that's ready for another hearing, isn't it?
It is, I suppose, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm very familiar with the area, as you know.
Yes.
Now, I'll move back to the other McElwraith in Dowie, where's McElrath's property?
So it's on the corner of Blakes Road and Shands Road. On the west side of Shands Road.
Right,
And it's a group of landowners, quite a large number, I think, maybe about 15, 20 properties, 40 hectares around total.
yeah, I find your description of on the edge of residential Prebbleton to be interesting. And that we have the Aberdeen subdivision there, which is rather large lots than 1,000 square metres. And then of course there's the other open paddocks between it and there. So I'm trying to say is they're not really contiguous to the boundary of residential, are they?
Well, residential includes large lot residential.
Mhm.
And so that is a form of residential development. It's not rural. So they are contiguous to the large lot residential zones, which exist on the Shands Road side, the township side of Shands Road.
McElrath's are, yes, yes.
Yes, yes. So I think it is contiguous with
Yeah,
residential,
well,
in my opinion.
Okay, we may beg to differ. And access to sewer. There's no real access to the sewer main through there, is
The rezoning evidence there's a full infrastructure report and all those services can be provided. So there has been consultation with the council's assets department on that.
Excellent, thank you.
Now I just want to get clear in my mind what you're actually asking us to do. So you're representing 3 submitters, Singh, who's in Allendale, McElrath and et al. Who are in Prebbleton, and Stewart et al. Who are in Lincoln. They've all sought rezoning of that land that they own, which we will deal with in the rezoning hearings. And you're here today asking for a change to the large lot residential average minimum net size area and minimum net size area in case you're successful at the rezoning hearings. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so you're asking us to amend sub REQ1 and sub table 1 and sub REQ1 to change the large lot residential minimum average net size from 5,000 square metres to 2,000, and in sub table 2 and sub REQ1 you're asking us to change the minimum site area for large lot residential from 3,000 to 1,000.
Correct.
And are you only asking for that change to apply to the properties of your clients, or is that a district-wide change that you're seeking?
In my professional opinion.
No, I'm asking what you're asking us to do as a planning witness for these submitters.
Well, I would say that it should be district-wide, but our as an alternative lesser relief, it would meet the submissions and the clients unrepresented if it was only specific to those sites.
Yeah. So as a planner, your advice to us is that if we were minded to make that change, it should be district-wide, but your understanding is that the submitters would be happy if it only applied to their land. Is that correct? Because you're giving us expert planning evidence, aren't you?
Yes. I do understand that if it applied district-wide, yeah, I'm comfortable with that.
Okay, so just repeat what I said. So your planning evidence to us is if we're minded to make those changes to sub REQ1 and sub table 1 and sub table 2, your planning evidence to us is that that should apply district-wide.
Yes.
But your understanding is your clients would be happy if it only applied to their land.
Correct.
Okay. Run it. And in terms of having scope to make the changes to sub REQ1 and sub table 1 and sub table 2 therein, you're also relying on the submission that was made to UGP 13. So these are consequential amendments rather than primary submissions.
Absolutely.
So if the hearing panel for urban growth was of a mind to decline that submission, then it all falls over.
Correct.
Excellent. I think I understand. Right, thanks very much for coming in. And so we won't be seeing you in the residential zone hearings, is that correct?
Correct. Unless
Excellent.
you want me to attend it.
No, we don't. So thank you very
No.
much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. So that brings us to the end of our hearing today. We reconvene on Thursday for residential zone hearings.